Well, I came on your lunch break and I want to know, am I going to have to file an injunction or am I going to, so you guys don't have a permanent place either to sit. This is your permanent office.
There's a lot of there's a lot of relatives here, and I really object to having you talk like he's against him without any kind of you are insulting my nephew. And as a Dupree, all of us, we don't want to hear you.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the problem. That's the problem that we can't admit to violating the laws. See, there's a lot of good violating. I don't know if you guys about, and I think that 70 you guys violated the law. I want to, before I leave, I want to say something more.
You was never charged.
Was, I will bring the papers, I'll bring the papers, and when you done that, I want an apology. From you. That's it. One more thing, I want to say, you know, I have had the pleasure of standing where people like Dennis Banks, Ty Walker, and Russell Means, and they and some of the, core things of governments and governance. And when our government was not doing their job back in the 70s, they came and took their government over. And they went in there, and you'll see this picture where Dennis Banks is in the, or Russell Means is in the VIO office. We don't even have nowhere to go. So, Ryan, where is your office still up there? I could be or we don't. And this can be your permanent location.
No, we're gonna do some up to designs in the details office to the people, so they can comment and get their own.
But let's see tomorrow or whatever. Say you want to, but they say I want to go to jail today. Go to jail for violating the law. You have violated the law. And you guys are doing nothing. You violated the law for the first day. And I have somebody who can prove it. Thank you, Jay Miller.
Motion. Second page, first motion was the motion by Representative Miller, second by Representative Penderwood to approve waiving the patrol overtime cap for law enforcement for 24 hours, for 36 hours due to short staffing issues and pending documentation. My motion.
Second. No, just started. Steve.
Yes.
Yes. Happened.
Yes.
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 Okay, next motion. Motion by Council Representative Miller, second by Representative Underwood to allow Kim's Cauliflower to assist law enforcement department, prosecutor's office, court, and the public defender's apply for a CPAS grant.
Second. Second. Comment, did this seat pass grant gets put in and everything already?
There's, they missed, the window of opportunity this past, year, so this will be for this coming year. I think it's due before March.
So
They're gonna have to start working on it now.
So did this get turned in then, the grant? Any committee members know? Did this grant get turned in? Chairman? Okay. Ready? Did it get turned in or? Well, it's only 5 months, and usually those grants have timeline, remember? They have to turn them in. That's my question. Did this get turned in or?
No, this
Didn't?
didn't get turned in. This was after the fact, but they're asking for this coming year.
It's the opportunity.
It's a lot of money for the CTAS and it's helped supplement our reports. And, we missed it last year. Yeah.
Thanks for the update.
That's a lot of
Yes.
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 Oh.
Chairman Book. The judicial department supports prosecutor's office to develop and submit an overtime policy for consideration. What motion?
It was in general law enforcement, it doesn't specifically say patrol. Oh, yeah, it does. It shouldn't say just patrol, it should say law. Yeah. No, it'll be an issue with it. It says patrol, yeah.
I'll amend that. Meaning to hold it up, right? Tap or large surface.
Yep, it's good.
Chairman, does this overtime include the prosecutor himself? He's on a fixed contract. So. They get to sit at home, work from home, job overtime. No, it's not for it. If it is, I can't support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Struso, I do believe it's what is requesting is for it for them to develop it, and those issues can be brought up too during development of that overtime for the contracted employees. I don't think the contracted employees are included in, but I guess that'll be discussed during that time.
Mr. Russo, I don't think any contractors qualify for overtime because they're salary. I don't believe that's legal.
Yes.
Yes.
Question? Just to be, provide some clarity, we're talking about the law enforcement cap, correct? We passed it? Okay. Is that on the CPAS grant, or is it the next one? That's the one. Yeah. Maybe we, okay, all right. Well, then how?
I'm just kind of, not even mine, but some representatives. Lobby, you guys lobby too. Great too. It's a great house, but okay. Just take this.
Uh,
Yes. You will it right there. Pop on. Go.
Next motion is, Mr. Underwood, second by Mr. Miller for. The house that is occupied by Mr. Baldwin to be designated for legal professional.
Sir, which is the drop-in center being utilized at this point? Are they still there? So what happens to them if we designate that as a? Yeah. I mean, we don't want to displace anybody right now at this point, especially during the cold winter months. I mean, if there's kids inside in that house, from what I understood, there was some individuals in there, the last I've known. I think it'd be good to probably check into at least that one with the drop-in center. That's over there by the old Dallas's or no, right across from it. Yeah, there was some young people staying there. Yeah, across. But it's yeah, I would. I mean, if it's gonna displace them, I can't support this.
So we strike that, you amend it?
What is to refer to the look into? Okay. Next motion, Linwood, talking about realty. Immediately advertise the AG position under the present job description. Advertise the AG position.
I would take AG for this.
I worked when they didn't have AG and I worked when they just had signed attorneys. I think it's better that we have signed attorneys. It work better that way. the council had an issue or have the attorney come in and settle it here. You have kind of two halves, you got an attorney and then you got attorney general. Kind of needs our attorney general for references or legal questions or legal information, then same time. Or attorney general have to manage and watch over the judicial and court system. So I think it worked better. You have the administrative officer who has their duty to monitor all the departments. So, I guess it's I just seen it better with just us having on board attorneys. This attorney general thing kind of things council one certain council that's running things down and certain council saying like the attorney general because they're just little favors and stay neutral. So this council is very different from this council, you know, see a light end of the tunnel with this council. The last one, everything was dark. Everything was and now we got we got this attorney general thing kind of to re-advertise it, that's the previous council, just the mindset or thought process. We have a new thought process. I think, being put through by the new council, I think we can give them a chance to review this thing. Our committee or run the next few months, then come back to the all these actions are kind of from the previous. I think it's first with either. Or they're not trying to get it. That's best for our. Thank you.
I think if we are AD, it's gonna save us money. Because if we got contracting, then right now, a health department, we can't even find a somebody can help them. Prefer that stuff to AG.
No comment.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Nasso, yes, Sandro, Chair Carter,
Thing.
Wilbur,
Oh. Oh.
John Ephron, Eric Crick, Dr. Nasso, Sandro, Chair Carter. Wilbur, Bob Walter.
Yeah, and yes, there are one, abstaining, one, absent. Again. That's it, question. For the report.
Kevin, a motion? Holding up on.
September 30th, 2027, and to maintain my reference provided for the earlier contract with my pay for which the sponsors certain program or my factors want to work with approve of the charter and drive on 10/7 years. Please provide all the records of the country contract. And which has on or this contract for the this one year shine this. And so, there's
Yeah, Chairman, I think that report coming out on the budget is that IHS, BIE, BIA, they all got increases, but I'm not sure. I didn't get to see the budget, but we should get the BIA superintendent over here. See what kind of budget update he can give us. Because you're asking updated scope of work, include proposed budget with justification documents reflecting any updated scope of work. So let's say that Zuyawi Chaka got that the council supported along with the elders council and the whole lot with the peacemakers, which are in place but haven't really been justified for incentives. So when the Chairman Frazier had the Chairman's Association meeting at the Journey Museum in Rapid a couple months ago, the Attorney General, the South Dakota U.S. Attorney General, the FBI, the BIA was there. They were the last ones to talk, but mostly the chairmen and some council reps. But I brought up to them about La Koliak and Wopke, the traditional law. And again, we're looking at the law enforcement side of this and the court side of it. They're both 638 contracts. So is that in place? You know, that should be reflecting updated scope of work. So if we have intervention in the court system with elders, and what I mentioned to all the federal agencies and the secretary, the chairman was, we need to establish an incentive program for the elders. We need to establish an incentive program for the ones that are housed in JDC. And the prime example would be the Wichaka got 10 to 17. An incentive program, they go through these programs of tradition and culture and language and their family involvement, and they complete those tasks, then they should be getting winter boots and winter pants and winter jackets and gloves and hat, something like that. Maybe a food and food voucher from LTM, maybe some fuel, incentive program. The elders, same thing, out the food, fuel. We're trying to figure that out in Wolof with the T to get our elders involved with our language and culture. And we're looking at like $50 for like a LTM food, 50 for gas. They come in and they assist us in creating a system that works for our people. This judicial system with the federal government is a failed system. Just like the education, no child left behind, it's a failed system. Our ways to work, because our ways are thousands of years old. Common sense, spiritual, grounded type of decision making. Where that first principle of the Lakota, the praying person, a lot of the young people and adults have a problem when they're not a praying person. And that's a principle of being Lakota. You got to be a praying person, first of all. And you guys are going to find out that a lot of young people don't know how to pray. They don't know who to pray. That's kind of concerning, I'm just saying that as a youth worker. I'm not saying all the young are like that. Just like in here, there's probably some of you that don't even believe in the creator, because there's such things as atheists. They don't believe in any higher power. And there's devil worshippers too. That's just a fact. Whether you think that's so or not, that's just a fact. There is in every branch of the service too. So I think that, do we have that in place? And what Van Norman told us when we were trying to bring in traditional medicine and practices with the IHS contract, we could work that in there. The language is there. But we need to come up with agreements, like for the pharmacy and for the laboratory, because we got the native biodata that we can house all of that stuff. We can decide what we want to do with that stuff. That's actual protection. Instead of having a federal agency over here telling us, well, we have policy, we destroyed the blood, or show us your policy. We never get it. So what did they do with our blood? Just like now, this year intervention into the court. I'd like to hear what the BIA superintendent's got to say on this budget. And we could run this by him and send that be it further resolved, but it's just under these programs here. But this is a program that we're sponsoring, the council, under the consolidated Johnson O'Malley Housing Improvement, the 477 Title I, Transportation, Roads, Housing Improvement. So is that the only ones that are gonna be? We administer those. Is that factored in? I know. That's council action, so it should be in our 638, right? And then we should be fighting for an incentive program. Made it clear to the agencies over there that, and then to the chairman that it's up to us. It's our jurisdiction. It's our people that are in JDC and adult detention, and we should be intervening with our ways. Our Lakota, Wishoka, Nenikaga, Hamblecha. When we were told to go back to the original instructions, that's the original instruction, 7 rights with the Chanupa. If we restore those in the system, the court and law enforcement detention, we're gonna see a change. I guarantee it. There's few practitioners right here that we can pour water on rocks, but that's not it. It's more do it than that. It's deeper. So once the young people understand that, it's gonna open up a big door, and then the family's involvement. I just wonder, how do we explain this to these guys? People like the property right type of stuff, you know? That's a whole different legal issue. I'd like to hear the superintendent and that budget. If there's an increase, then where's it at? Did we have him tell us that? Have him tell the council? Maybe you could bring him in later on. At least we could ask him that question. I don't want to ask him the same thing I'm saying, I want to ask him, see if we do the support. We could always amend this by resolution, you know, we could always amend our by resolution. So once we get those answers, then we can bring in the resolutions to amend. Like that. And target, okay, like a new line item, where we can put it. Thank you.
Any other comments? Secretary?
Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. We were discussing this yesterday. Now, today is a motion to suspend ordinance 50 and to refer to the Law and Order Committee for 60-day review and amendments. To bring back to council for final approval. That's the motion. 60-day review. Yeah, motion to suspend ordinance 50 and to refer to the Law and Order Committee for a 60-day review and amendments, and to bring back to council for final approval.
It wasn't too long ago that we already amended ordinance 50. Mr. Bartlett, do you remember?
Yeah, there was amendments, but if you really looked at the ordinance, like I said, they took powers away, authority, and Robin was kind of one that kind of informed me of certain things that were taken out there, and you've seen her today, so anyway, she's on this current ordinance 50, so you guys gonna have to deal with her. Obviously, you guys couldn't deal with her today, getting out of control, so he's on this. Chairman brings plenty in the Law and Order Committee, they bring it back to review, they make amendments, the school council makes amendments. And if they want that authority with the ordinance 50, and they want the ex-law enforcement employees, or they just want, you know, people that graduated high school on there, or whatever it may be. It needs to be reviewed. It needs to be reviewed, and it needs to be amendments.
Mr. Chairman,
And if you remember, Mr. Walters, the last time they had an issue with, they wanted Jim Pierman in from District 4, because I was their buddy. And they were willing to break the law. The law, Ordinance 50 said you needed some type of field, the background in criminal justice or related law enforcement. So they tried to make it that if you're a military person, you can get in there. So it wasn't black and white. You needed to get in that field. So he didn't have it. It was make a motion to start. So that's how things were back then. Yeah, new council, new vision, new minds, give a chance to do it, bring it back. Nice, nice.
Mr. Chairman, I could support leaving aren't they having commission meetings now? So if we kill the ordinance at this time, it's going to stop the commission from doing anything. I could support referring the ordinance over to the Judiciary Committee for any new recommendations and leave it in order at this time so that they can keep moving forward with their meetings. And then have the Judiciary Committee bring it back to us with any changes and go from there. But I don't think I can support suspending it at this time if they're already having meetings.
Chairman LeBeau, I support amendments, but I don't see why we need to suspend it in order to do the amendments. Why can't we just keep working on them? Because it's been suspended for several years and it was brought back and there was been amendments done recently. So I don't think we need to suspend the ordinance to do amendments to it to work on improving it. We just need to keep it in place because we do have a commission. Not all members are filled, but we do have several seats filled. I'd like to see us work on it, but let's keep it in place while we're doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. In regards to ordinance 50, I do support the motion. One of the reasons I support the motion is because we already have a law and order committee. And now we have a commission and a lot of things that I see, within our tribal government, we have too much redundancy. We have too many, adult diabetes, we have, all these programs, and then you couldn't even have open gym. So what's more effective in preventing diabetes other than exercise and healthy eating? But we have all these programs, donor programs, and none of them doing nothing, or not addressing the real problem. So now we have on our committee, we have tribal council, we have ordinance 50, which creates this police commission. Plus we have all districts to meet. Long story short, we're gonna drop the ball. And like right now, we don't even have a chief of police. And yeah, we just made a motion to advertise. So I support suspending ordinance 50, not only for the much needed amendments, but also, we need to start working at, creating less policy that creates redundancy. We need to start acting in ways that are more meaningful and gets more done. And then Chairman LeBeau, on another topic, I just got a phone call from a constituent. So our prosecutor, I've been asking for her to recuse herself in my case, personal case, and she wouldn't recuse herself. But I just got a phone call that she recused herself from someone else's case and interfering with justice. So I want to make a motion that we address that issue right now, because we can't have a prosecutor that's going to be playing, whatever kind of riffraff we got going on here. We need a fair and impartial judicial system here. We can't have a prosecutor that's going to headhunt. And I called her that. I called her a mercenary, range unit prosecutor is what I called her, because that's the way she's been kind of used against me as a sitting tribal council official. And now I see her, kind of playing that role now. And that's not the purpose of law and order in this res. And I don't want to see it be that way. I think we need to be fair. So after this motion, I want to make a motion that we don't allow that prosecutor to play this politic game to begin with, because she's a Keckler and that family is huge in politics. And now I start to see not just myself affected, but other members start to be affected by these politics in the judicial system where it doesn't belong. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I remember when this police commission got started, it's ordinance 50, and we're like up in the ordinances in the 80s. And this happened several times where council will suspend, you're done with, over, out, and then the same problem. It never went away. So I think the police commission needs to stay in place. If we're legislators, then we should have an idea of what type of amendments we need if we're in contact and we know what's going on. But it's always gonna boil down to the budget, man. Mazdaskakile, Ota. There's a lot of money involved, and if we have indirect costs. And if the fines, you know, we should look at what's generating some revenue here. And we're talking about doing other things with law enforcement, like with the heavy hauls and all this, and you know, different types of stuff. We put up border guards, house deputies. This pandemic kind of ran things down, but we got a report from the police commission after I don't know how long. So if we're legislators, let's do legislative work. Let's don't just, I don't agree with shutting down the police commission. We should bring them in here, rightfully. We should bring all of them in here and listen to what's going on, what the red flags are. Look at the Constitution, the agenda in there. We're supposed to be doing or selected by council into those positions. So we're stepping all over that honorable way of doing things that this IRA government does by just stopping it without listening to what the problems are. That's what we should be doing. All of us, every one of us should be asking our programs and department heads, what's the problem? What's the red flags? And that's what we should be addressing. We always want to hear good news, but I don't agree with doing away with them. If we're going to try to do this, then let's let's bring in the police commission. Let's hear what's going on there. I only heard one report. I think you guys all heard it too, except for the new ones. But we finally got something going against it. You know, I think we need more reporting during this time for council. And not just to put people up there and be the guy that puts that mask on and then hits that guillotine and chops that head right off, you know. That's what this is doing. And it's bad government when you do that. You're disrespecting the whole process. So let's be more communication. Let's look at what the problem is and try to address it, because that's what they're doing. They're doing the same thing as you guys are doing, making decisions that come before them, you know. So let's respect that decision making, you know, because I don't see no complaint. Where's the complaint on the police committee? I don't see none. That's how we deal with it. Just because I don't like you as a chief of police, I want you fired, you know. Well, then I'm kind of officially abusing my position here, you know. Official misconduct, official abuse, because I don't like Joe, you know. Even though he's probably doing a good job, I don't know. So that's in place too. So I think that we need to really, instead of chopping heads off, we should be trying to consolidate and group our minds together to try to make something better if there's something wrong, which I don't think there is. The other thing is they need to, is there internal affairs in place like it used to be?
Mr. Chairman? What the department utilizes is the BIA, Internal Affairs. So if there's a complaint that comes in, rather than having your own department report or do the investigation, which, you know, you want to talk about good business, that isn't good business. It gets sent up as a serious incident report up to the Aberdeen area, and they conduct the investigation through IA.
See, that was another issue. When the Attorney General, Steve Emery, got that together, we were having some problems, complaints coming in to the judiciary on the court side and then the law and order on the law enforcement side. So then we established that internal affairs to oversee, you know, what's going on. Instead of it coming to law and order and getting out of hand, internal affairs would control it. If they couldn't control it, then it come to law and order committee, so that everything was handled over there. If it's not, then it comes to the committee. So I think we need to look at that internal affairs, because one of the chief of police had 22 complaints on him by fellow police officers, and they sat and they never heard their grievance for, I don't know how long, maybe a couple years. Maybe during this pandemic, there was police officers waiting for their grievance, which, you know, that's kind of bad. So I think that we got to look at maybe bringing back that internal affairs, whoever that person is, and they handle all of these problems. The police commission handles it. When they can't handle it, then it comes to the committee, and then it comes to council. So I think we should try to reestablish that and try to build that esprit de corps within the department, and whoever the next chief of police is probably has to have a lot of more knowledge on what we just passed here on this contract, the ZIA, Chakaga, you know, everybody needs that information so that we can plug for it. But I don't, we got a lot of vacant seats in the districts, Chairman. We finally get, when Madam Secretary gives us information on these commissions and boards, sometimes they're not filled, so that's what we fill them. Same with the police commission, we fill that. That's our job. So now, let's bring them in if there's a problem. If there's not, then let's do our work as legislators and let's strengthen that ordinance if that's what it has to be. That's our job. So I can't support doing away with them, but I support looking at it, reviewing it, and looking at amendments to strengthen it. I'm all for that. Pilamalo.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, again, I'll just say that I'm for having the Judiciary Committee review it, and there needs to be some changes in it, bring it back to tribal council. I'm not in support of it abolishing it right now or suspending it. Isn't the police commission a place where the complaints go on officers or the chief of police or whoever, and they take care of it there and they do the disciplinary action? Because Madam Secretary, don't we have a standing resolution that we do not do personnel issues on the floor? Is there a standing resolution? Because if we're gonna start doing personnel issues on the floor, Mr. Chairman, I get all kinds of calls on personnel issues. I listen to them. I say, follow your chain of command, go through the process. And if we're gonna start doing them, I wanna start bringing them. And so I'm gonna pull my second, Mr. Chairman, because I'm not for suspending it. I'm for it going to the Judiciary Committee, and any changes that need to be made, let them bring it back to Tribal Council for approval. So this time I'm gonna pull my second.
Yeah, Chairman, has nothing to do with anybody on the board. It has to do with safeguarding the funds of the tribe. You got a board that don't have no authority. Why let it operate when they can't hear grievances or they can't do these internal affair investigations or they can't? That's all I'm saying is suspend it for a couple months. Let the new guys, the Law and Order Committee, work on it. Bring it back for approval. Has nothing to do with them guys getting paid or not getting paid. That's not the issue of them getting paid and paying them. You know, I know council has buddies on that ordinance 50 or whatever, but show me the report right now, Chairman. You know, even before when he was on council, I mean, the executives or the council, right? Even the old council, show me the ordinance 50 reports. Show me the reports that we've been getting from what they've been doing. I haven't seen nothing unless Mr. Walters or anybody else has something that to show what their duties are and what they've been doing. You know, I believe you're paying them $150 a month for a meeting, or I think these guys might be getting paid more. But where's the report? So it's not fair to the general public. You know, I think it needs to work. We need an ordinance that's working for the membership or for law enforcement. And I don't know, maybe Representative Brinks, have you guys seen any reports over there from Ordinance 50 or anything, any type of actions from Ordinance 50, or do they even have action, or do they have authority? From my understanding, they don't have no authority. It's just basically a buffer system. They could probably receive complaints, but do they got enough teeth in that ordinance to take action or to investigate?
Mr. Chairman? Yes, sir. What I was informed was that they could look at complaints and make a recommendation. they didn't have the authority to, you know, to fire him. But, in the past, they would look at some of the grievances, and they were part of the hiring process, which held those officers at a higher standard. With, in the past, we opened up the briefing area for, the commission to come in, but, some individuals accused me of, forming my own, commission meeting, so we still allowed them to go in and meet, which I think they met maybe once or twice. I'm not sure, but I wasn't a part of it because of, the accusations. So, but we just, supported them with a place to go in and have their meetings. So, but I didn't see any reports that came from the commission, your question.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Chairman, that's what I'm saying. Vice Chair also, it's a ordinance 50, but all I'm saying is let's let them work on it and add some things in there. We need internal affairs, we need grievance process in there. We need them to have a little bit of authority, maybe oversight, not necessarily supervision, but maybe oversight on what's going on over there so they can give a report to the chief of police or to the detectives, things like that. Maybe there's officers selling drugs. We don't know. Maybe there's, just things like that that should be kept confidential. I don't think they necessarily should come to council for those reports, but like a vague report on what they had a meeting and they're asking this amount of pay or the general fund's paying them this amount and they met at law enforcement. We don't have to go in depth on what they're looking into or the actual grievances, but how many grievances did they have? That's all I'm saying. Let's start knowing what they're doing over there and what they're actually meeting on, because the last time Ms. LeBeau visited with me is that there's not enough teeth in the ordinance, and it's basically what they want, just to hear complaints and what they don't have no authority to do anything about them. They can't necessarily suspend or fire anybody. So all those things got taken out. So all I'm saying is maybe this law and order committee will put them back in. But if you guys, council's okay with this, having somebody get paid to sit on a board, that's what you're here for, to just have somebody sit on a board and not actually have no function. I'm sure everybody here graduated high school. I'm just saying, common sense that we should send it back to law and order and let them work on it and bring it back with some teeth or no teeth. You're either going to allow them to suspend or make recommendations to the chief of police to suspend or fire, and then the grievance processes. You're going to either give them teeth to allow somebody to come back to work or not come back to work. All those things ain't in that ordinance 50. And the new council, I don't think they had a chance to even read ordinance 50. I'm just saying, I'm one of the guys that work law enforcement. I'm one of the guys with the criminal justice degree on council, so I'm just trying to help you guys out on what probably needs to be done. So you might know more about construction or, planting flowers or whatever, but this is my background. So I bring that to council and I share that with you, and out of respect, to help the system better. I think it needs to be referred to law and order to let them make any new amendments and bring it back. But some of you are okay with having that board operate. Maybe it might take 3-4 months. That board's gonna get paid for what? They don't have no authority to do anything but look at complaints and visit with the chief of police. But do they have any action like they should? They should be able to have some type of authority. So that was the complaint I got from some of the board members, is there's kind of really no authority. They took that all out. The past councils took that all out. So why even have an ordinance or a board if they can't do anything? That's the point. So it's not nothing to do with anybody on on the commission. Thank you.
Mr. Red Dog?
You guys want to share? On this, not on. Oh, thank you. When, police commission first got established in the late 80s, I was one of the first police commissioners on that board.
And that was to have law and order stay out of personnel issues. Because a lot of times, people that come to tribal council and they'll take and ask, law and order to, come in and, well, you need to fire this chief of police, or you need to fire this police officer or a jailer. It personal. So we were given the authority to go and go over what ordinance that was put in place at that time. And to have that authority to terminate officers or whomever. And one of the things was that, you know, we didn't have no power over the judges or anything, it was just the law enforcement. And that was not, like I said, not to have counsel intervene in the issues that were going on at the law enforcement. But to work on stuff that needed to happen on the reservation was community detention facility. We went out to Albuquerque, different places, and then negotiated. So it was all one, tribal council, the people, and the police commission. So, like, the degrees that they have on this, how to be on a police commission, that wasn't it, that was for like social service, or a counselor, or a rancher, or whoever, that the people felt that would fit in there and help and restructure this law enforcement, because it was, I guess you could say, it was corrupt. A lot of times, you know, like, law, there's speeding down the road at 65, 70 miles an hour, no lights on, no reds. That's because where they were getting the fuel and their snacks for the night was gonna close at 11. That was, you know, personal stuff like that was brought to us. And, domestic violence, those things were brought to the police commission. So that's what we handled. And law and order stayed out of it. I know there was a lot of local people sadness about it, because they didn't have that authority anymore to hire and fire scaredy police officers. It was more like they come to us so that we can support the police officer, law enforcement. At least they had somebody to go to that would stand up for them and what's going on. So that's how that was established, and I just have to bring that up, and, you know, thank you for listening.
Oh.
Thank you.
Chairman, I put my motion.
Thank you, motion to vote. Council will.
Chairman, I had a motion to, refer to administration to establish tribal motor pool for tribally purchased vehicles and equipment, and to place under CRST property and supply. Director?
Second motion.
Okay, so motion to refer to administration regarding the tribal water pool. Motion, by Mr. Lewis, second by Mr. So, to withdraw, so all in favor, raise your hand. That's 5 yes, 0 no, motion carries.
One last thing. BBT. The other thing, Chairman, yesterday, because I remember being on the judiciary committee, it was a standalone committee, but we got it held up yesterday. I think we should get the judiciary committee going, because you look at the judicial department here, under the judiciary, it's a 638 contract, and it's separate from law enforcement. I think it's about 2.6 million. I think it's a million, 1 point something million for the law enforcement and 1 million for detention. So it's like a 0.2. You can correct me, Joe, 2.6 million that runs the law enforcement and detention
One point
in the
nine.
law and order code. Now, we went back to 1980. The Judiciary Committee was always in place. And that's where you see the report in this, it should be separate from law enforcement. Because it's dealing with the court system, you're dealing with the judge, prosecutor, public defender, and our people. But I don't know if we want to do that right now, Chairman, to put a chairperson in place for the judiciary. I think we need to do it.
I think you guys can work this out at another time.
Which committee?
We have law and order and we also have the Judiciary Center. You want the Judiciary Committee?
Which committee?
I think law and order is already in place.
So that's where we'll take it up to appoint the chair for judiciary? That's what I'm saying. We didn't get a chair yesterday, even though the resolution states tribal project, tax, judiciary, water, energy, environment. We didn't we didn't get a chair for judiciary.
What?
Want to respond to that, Ms. Lee?
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. When we were doing the committees, that was brought up, but the Law and Order and Judiciary is the same committee. That's why it's now Law and Order. When I was on council before, it was Judiciary Committee, and at that time, Councilman Maynard Dupree had wanted it to be Judiciary. And then it was changed. I got back on council, it was changed back to Law and Order. So it's Law and Order, Judiciary, and now it's Law and Order again. So it's the same committee, Law and Order and Judiciary. So I don't know,
Sure.
why would we want to have another committee? It's just like having two Law and Order committees. I mean, we already have one, so I think we should discuss it at the Law and Order Committee would be the place to do that. And then Mr. Underwoods could come and
Chairman,
bring his.
Ms. Lee is
side up
wrong.
and-
I'll tell her right
No,
now,
it's
she's
a-
wrong in
no.
what she's saying.
That's what
And-
date is
and
that
20 years
resolution
ago,
you're
22
reading off
years
of?
ago, we had a judiciary committee that James Chasenhawk chaired. So now you're saying that we never did have a committee, so I'm calling you
No,
out.
we did.
now.
We used to- I
have a
used to be on
judiciary.
it,
And in
Sherry.
2000, we had a judiciary committee. Go look back,
had
go
one
look
then.
back at the chart, it's in there, the judiciary
And
committee.
now it's Law and Order. So
Chairman,
But it used to be
when
judiciary.
when the council reps don't know what they're talking about, I hate to say that, but, you know, when they took the veteran preference out, which was wrong, and they took Lakota preference, speaking and understanding Lakota, council reps did that. And the same guy that wanted to get on that police commission, he took out the veterans preference. And he tried to get in as veteran preference, but they're the ones that took it out. But I don't agree, they took out the language too, out of our application. That's what council reps did. So that came out, I didn't even know about it until that issue with District 4 came up. And those are the same council reps that were new council reps that are saying things that are not here now, but I think we need to put those back in, the language and the veterans preference back into the application like it was. So when council reps do things without the full body seeing it, then we have problems. We have problems at the district level. We have problems here.
Right.
So can you correct that then, Madam Secretary? I don't know if you were back here back then, but Colette and the Judiciary Committee was a standalone committee.
I got some old minutes. And we can continue this discussion, later on, not doing it right here in council, but at the ABC/HAC committee meeting on March 31st, 2022. There's a quorum there, from both the commission and the committee. Discussion was tribally grown hemp production utilizing Beaver's Farm, that came up yesterday, and yes, found, and these are the minutes, they never been submitted, but the record, and submit them now, there's no motions on the minutes. Should I have got a copy from the record, but, Secretary? Another one here is, Travel Project Committee meeting. Looks like July 2022. And then we had a particular committee, forum. There's a motion in here, the board value construction amount of $97,500. Motion was by Bob, second by John. Yes, attachment, securities.
It was I believe it was a contract. John, remember? Because they had contracts and he got awarded the contract. I'll make a motion to approve.
You got a motion approved by Mr. Walker, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Russo. Second. Seven twenty-eight, 2022. I don't have the contract attached.
We can do it pending the contract if the pass, Mr. Chairman.
You attending?
Yeah, private project, have the contract.
Okay, motion, pending contract. Mr. Russo, you still second that?
Yeah, I would like to see that, not just the contract, but I guess I didn't realize what I second. We need to make sure we have that, procurement policy checklist too, make sure they got their bids and stuff too.
Pending checklist?
Yep. And then the second's still there.
Any comment? Council Representative? You got a motion and a second to approve the contract? Pending the checklist, pending the contract, you got all that? Secretary?
Greg Dillon,
Right, people?
Greg Dillon,
What was the motion on the tribal projects
Yeah, first one.
or the contract?
Yeah.
Oh,
Ted Junior.
Yes.
Kevin Kessler. Henry Dupree.
Yes.
Sharon Lee. Yes. Kelsey Haskell. Yes. Brad Rose. Yes. Derek Carter.
Yes.
Joe Brinkstein.
Oh.
Bob Walter. Robert Russo.
Yeah.
Duffy Thompson.
Yeah.
Bob, yes, 0, motion carries, thank you. Council, we're going to the next one, tribal housing project, housing designs. The discussion, the motion here is to include a design for a one-bedroom unit by Derek Bartlett, second by Bob Walters. 4 yes, 0 no. This is to do a job with, tribal projects. Schroeder?
Yeah, Chairman, that plan was to work on that land over here in District 4. Then council came in and Vince and Bernita and Bryce wanted the funds divided up, so that one bedroom plan is probably sitting over there, but it's also sitting with the full 15 million. So since that was divided up, I guess one of the communities can probably go with that one bedroom design. We were working on a plan to put one bedrooms over there. Council wanted to divide up the funds, and now that's kind of a dead issue. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, otherwise we'll move on?
Of course.
Say move on.
Okay, we move on to the next one here. Agenda item, question is AE2's master agreement, renewal agreement. And motion is to review AE2F master agreement for A&E services. Motion was by Mayor White, seconded by Sharon Lee. Council, any action on this? Motion approved by Ms. Lee, second by Mr. Kepler.
Discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Alder.
So again, Mr. Chairman, it should be pending that we get the attachments for this, A&E.
how big,
Included in the motion? Jeffrey, you still saying that? Okay. Henry, Jeffrey?
Yeah.
Chairman, on this master agreement, we don't have a copy, but what, is there a budget with it? Is there's some money with it?
That's why I said, Mr. Chairman, we need to approve with my, getting all the attachments, the A&E, all the stuff.
There was at the meeting, but, not attached to the minutes now.
Chairman, remember sometimes we turn these back and we want all the documents, to look at? But, I never seen this agreement. I mean, I never, that's why I'm glad that it's open for all of us to be on any committee, because being separated like that, we don't know what's going on, until it comes here. And it's the first time I'm seeing this agreement, and I'm just asking if there's money involved in it, and does it get a legal review and all that stuff? Remember, they use the checklist that the Madam Secretary is always asking for. Is that all complete? And I think that's for the new council reps to know that checklist process, Madam Secretary. It'd be a good time you'll see this master agreement, and you'll see a legal, and then if there's a budget, that should be on here. Usually we kick it back until we get there.
Chairman Vogt, and that's why I stated that all the documents were attached at the meeting, but whoever made copies of the minutes didn't attach all that back up to the minutes. Thank you.
Motion appendix, sending the contract paper.
I'll support it that way.
Yeah, that's the one. And, thank you for there.
Yeah.
Good. Any other comment? Call for the vote, Madam Secretary?
Greg Finley.
Wow.
Henry Junior. John Kessler.
Yes.
Henry Dupree.
Yes.
Sharon Lee. Yes. Kelsey Haskell. Yes. Brad Rose. Derek Barker.
Yes.
Bill Brisboy. Bob Walters. Ron Zusau.
Yes.
Elsie Thompson.
Yeah.
We have 0 officers. Council that includes the federal project committee report for that month, back in summer. Bear with us. And we have a couple more of those. I have one from May 5th, 2022, health committee meeting. We just passed on the minutes and looked through them. The first two were higher. County reviewing a nurse practitioner, for care proper documentation. I believe this lady is working for Dental Health. And we're going to next year to refer the claims tribal leaders outward, increase ambulatory healthcare resolution. That's kind of what we're looking on. Either have to go on that. From there, so I don't think we have them. Yeah. That runner to bring those months of them.
Chairman. Chairman. One thing left on that, law and order, maybe Joe can answer it, but remember that air purification unit that was supposed to come on, and then, area was having a problem with us? So BIA was kind of having a situation with us, and I think the furnace or the HVAC, AC, the heating and cooling system was down, or the furnace or something was down. And then there was an air purification unit there because some of the prisoners were catching COVID. So this air purification unit was supposed to be in place that was kind of one of my questions on that. Is that in place, that air purification unit in the detention, in the building itself?
No, I don't, when was that supposed to have been taken over there?
The former chairman had all that information, and we was trying to get that information because this was one of the main things I was pushing, because of those guys back there, and then they started catching COVID. And the schools went into that purification unit. I'm not sure on it. Medicine Wheel has it. I was wondering, maybe we need to look at that unit and get something into the detention purification and have them guys pay for it. BIA. There was a little rip there. You know, there was a little problem there with BIA and us. But that's still, our people in there were suffering because it didn't get done. I guess that's the answer to my question. It didn't get done, so we need to make sure we get that purification unit in there, like Medicine Wheel.
Yep.
We can see how much it costs, and then the last thing, Chairman, on the salaries. Are we going to look at the salaries then and up them? Like for all the law enforcement officers, I think at one time we had 26 police officers at one time. And now we only got, what, 12? So there should be some money somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Where did we should look at that now. When we were at full capacity, 26, what was that? Salary and COLA and all that stuff. And we should get it up to BIA standards. Is that true that BIA's got $28 an hour? They're police officers?
Yep.
Well, it's called parity, so if we're only at 17, then that's another issue we need to push for BIA right there. Those two issues, air purification and the salary.
The law enforcement officers start out at 21 an hour here, but it's still a lot less than what, the BIA makes.
Chairman, I'm asking you if you can get Deb to see how much that unit costs for that building, Medicine Wheel, that purification unit. Remember, she had that company and that they had it installed. Maybe you can get that information for us. Thank you.
Sir, there should be a spring plan, some kind of ACL, place, like formal ACL, so like could be a honor ones.
Yeah.
Like that.
I agree.
Gonna do a referral to the legal and that.
Yeah, motion.
Motion by Big Buddy, for legal, second by Ms. Haskell, discussion. By that, I just referral from on every hand. Yeah, when I have the motion carries. Council, let's take a 5 minute break and then we'll go back to the old business.
Yeah.
CRC Education Agency for the education support of the Education, Health, Recreation, Social Welfare Fund, Fund 3, 1.1 million as an allocation to the CRST Tribal Health Department, 1 million for the use of treatment purposes, and 100,000 for environmental health and sanitation purposes for all animal shelters for the health and component of the Education, Health, Recreation, Social Welfare Fund. Fund 3, 464, 280 as an annual allocation for the recreation component of the Education, Health, Recreation, Social Welfare Fund. $364,280 to the CRST Youth Affairs Office, $100,000 to the CRST Parks Department, $900,000 as an annual allocation for social welfare component of Education, Health, Recreation, Social Welfare Fund 23, and in the amount of $900,000, $700,000 to the CRST Support Services Office, and $200,000 to EP, $600,000 invested to the Kentucky Power Authority. 5404 to abstain, motion carried. Agenda item, percent, so it's, looks like we can go to the resolution. That's that. Then we're gonna, 2012, and after order 34, Federal Equitable Compensation Act, which provides a process for administering the settlement funds received by the tribe in accordance with public law 106/511, the China Receipt Tribe Equitable Compensation Act, whereas the pursuant to the CRST Tribal Equitable Compensation Act, where 74 section 104, the tribal council funds the three obligations of the ordinance, the ongoing operation of Texas Water, and the administrative expenses of the Texas office, and pursuant to 74/401, the annual allocated program that all one and whereas the annual operating budget of the Texas office was approved by Texas Committee on April 4, 2022, in the amount of $905,690, and whereas the annual operating budget of the Texas Board was approved by the Texas Committee April 4, 2022, in the amount of $30,000. Whereas an annual allocation for education component of the Education, Health, Recreation, and Social Welfare Fund, Fund 3, to the CRST Tribal Education Agency was approved by the Texas Committee on April 4, 2022, in the amount of $2.6 million, and whereas an annual allocation for the health component of the Education, Health, Recreation, and Social Welfare Fund, Fund 3, to the CRST Tribal Health Department, in the amount of $1.1 million was approved by the Texas Committee on April 4.
All these budgets, they're supposed to be one resolution. They're just thinking of it. Not right.
Animal shelter, and application for the recreation fund, the Education, Health, Recreation, Social Welfare Fund, Fund 3, in the amount of $464,380 was approved by the Texas Committee on April 4, 2022. $364,380 to CRST Youth Affairs Office, and $100,000 to CRST Department. They probably organic allocation to the social welfare component of the Education, Health, Recreation, Social Welfare Fund, Fund 3, and $900,000 was approved by the Texas Committee on April 4, 2022, $700,000 to the CRST Support Services Office, and $200,000 to the whereas it's an application for reinvestment to the executive office, but official report $600,000. Therefore, the resolve of China to travel allocation for fund 3 education. There should be a resolution for component and an annual allocation for the reinvestment not to exceed $6,600,000 and the drawdown of said funds for the office of special trustee be $100 later. Council in action.
Chairman,
Motion approved, Ms. Lee. There's a second.
motion to disapprove, send back to Tetra.
there a second to the chairman? Second, Mr. Kinsler? Council discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Barton? And then Mr. Rico.
Yeah, Chairman, apologize that cataracts on my left side, I have everything written down and it's kind of hard to see, but I'm try to explain it again, is that we have a new council.
Well,
Chairman, we have a new council, and I think it's only respectful that this has been sitting, this money's been sitting on the table, and I think we need to refer it back to the Tetra Oyate Committee. We have a new committee, and we have big projects such as the water park, we have big projects such as tribal office. This council needs to understand that there's $37 million that we could, leverage these funds as an automatic allocation for a new tribal office. Right now, today, we can get started on it. Right now, they're negotiating with the square footage with the BIA, and those are the big important issues that I think need to happen at the Tetra Oyate Committee with the new members here. And, so those are important to me. A new tribal office, we allocated $100 million to our membership, and we're still operating with no tribal office. We're in a motel room. So I think that's important, Chairman, but, there's things on this, there's things on these, documents, these forms that, I feel that some of these things are just put in there just to expedite or to get the process passed through Tetra Oyate Committee. That 700,000 is the issue, council, with the new council members. We had 700,000 taken from the youth, from ABC Commission, by this Tetra Oyate Committee, just to be mean. And these are funds that, myself and Chairman Keckler lobbied for at the Tetra Oyate Committee, and we're able to get support services 700,000, and we're able to get the youth affairs program. Not the youth affairs program, but the ABC Commission 700,000 for activities for football camps or volleyball camps or basketball camps, or people wanting to take their kids to the Bear Butte. So these funds were put there for that, and then they put these funds under Miss Underwood's nephew's program, the youth affairs. So to let that one individual make decisions with these funds, when we have, I believe it's 4 council reps sitting on the ABC Commission. So we had a group of council reps sitting on the Tetra Oyate Committee. We call them the Republicans, showed up and took those funds away from the Democrats that sit on the ABC Commission. And we're also council reps that sit on the ABC Commission. So they took that from 4 council reps when we obligate and assist youth and children with these funds, and they gave it to council reps and nephew to decide on that 400,000. And then they included the other 2 into that program to fund them. So they basically took the 700,000 away from ABC Commission. So that was the issue on the floor. There was one representative that wanted to refer back to the Tetra Oyate Committee and to at least keep that 700,000 with the ABC Commission. So that was the issue there. Chairman, that 900,000, can you kind of explain where that's going? That 900,000 towards the end? 900,000 that was it's obligated in there. Yeah, the social welfare. I found it somewhere where it kind of explains where that fund's going. This is social welfare, but which department or how's that going to be expended? Can assist me with that, Chairman.
I think the 900 was for the office, wasn't it?
Every individual resolution. Okay. Thank you, Chairman. And it's my colleague agree that the resolution need to be individual resolution, expenditure. And looking at the minutes, and this is really important, Chairman, to both. Look at these minutes. Of all these people that were in this meeting, only one of them is still on the tribal council. That's Mr. Kessler. So that speaks volumes to about the validity of these minutes. And we need to make sure, we talked about the validity motion right now. And I already put some touches, their tribal constitution. Our tribal constitution gives the authority to the tribal treasurer to safeguard the money. It doesn't give, us the authority to create ketchup to safeguard an additional trust fund. So this is some of the people under our constitution, but I'm looking at these motions down the line. And you got a motion to allow just to open a savings account. You have a motion to allow just to have just to catch up bank accounts. They don't have any authority. So what's going on in this meeting? So the Texas ordinance says that each one of the senators has to have a resolution. That's not. I don't know if the Texas office budget should have a resolution. Next resolution should be the 30,000. So all the way down. I want to see that happen. I don't think that's going to be a problem at all, but we need to keep in mind that these minutes, these higher council officials no longer sit in the county council for a reason. Because the people didn't elect them. So we need to honor our people. They have a voice. They vote. That's why I can't support the motion. And actually I said Chairman, I rose my hand before you allowed Representative Lee to make her motion. So I think we should, if we're not gonna raise our hands and just blur motions, then I'll just start blurring motions next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Greenwood, our English department.
Yeah, Chairman, for the new council reps and for our listening membership out there, if we're still live broadcasting, hopefully, we got the technology and now our people can listen in and look at you guys. It's a smile once in a while. But read Ordinance 74. Ordinance 74, it says that our tribal membership will, back in 2012, when there was the board and the Oyate committee, where that Oyate came from was District 1 at a Bear Creek meeting where he was going over this draft document. There was a lot of people there. Some of the elders said, well, Oyate, if it's for the people, and it is. And then it was supposed to be for one from each community. That means 21 jobs per diem and mileage. But at that time in 2012, some of the council reps said, well, we'll save money if we're the committee. That's not council reps, but that's how it went. A council rep said, we'll save money. So they adopted Oyate, but they didn't adopt one from each community. Now, if you look at the Oyate committee, the board, the duties, make monthly reports to the district. It hasn't happened in District 1. And then it says that they have the Oyate would do an allocation recommendation to council. So that means that 6 communities in District 1 aren't being represented, even though it says tribal membership will have input, and in the Oyate committee itself, they're supposed to be making reports to the districts. They're not. And then the appropriation part of it, and then it goes back again to the ordinance. These proposals are supposed to be by resolution. And we oppose this. Some of us oppose this, and some of us don't sit on this Tetra committee because they're not in compliance with the law, what I just stated. So the only recourse that the people have, because anytime you use Tetra money, it's supposed to benefit the people. And like that 50,000 we gave to every community, I know Dupree, we brought propane for everybody, agreed to that. So that 50,000 went to propane for the Dupree community. Now, we had a Greengrass and Isabel and Thunder Butte and Bear Creek and Iron Island and Dupree Oyate committee member. What they would do is each community would see, let's say all the 6 communities come up with 3 million. They would come to the district and make a report that District 1, we need 3 million for our proposals, our projects, for our communities. That's the district report. And then they make that allocation to council as District 1 needs $3 million for our projects. This year is kind of like, I would say like highway robbery by council reps. Because council reps 10 years ago said, we'll save money by not allowing the communities to be involved in the money that they're supposed to be involved with. So that's why we're still in poverty, because we don't have real forward-looking individuals that know the budget and know how to provide for their communities. That's why we have poverty in the 6 communities I just mentioned. Only recourse that people have is in this Constitution is a referendum. So if I referendum this and we stop all these projects, that's not the way it's supposed to be. In the law, it says that each project should be by resolution. But that's not happening. I'm just letting you know that we have a referendum now. And what I'm stating now is that the Oyate Committee of Council Reps is non-compliant with their own law. And what that wants is we want to give it back to the communities with a per diem and a mileage so they could start carrying out those duties for the people and the communities. Now listen good now, you got 2 ears on your head and you got a brain in there. Read the law. That's why now we have a referendum petition to give it back to the communities. And like Mr. Russo said, there's 4 of them that are gone now. And those 4 are hardcore that they don't want to give it to the communities. So I'm hoping the new reps here will look at that law and maybe we'll just make a motion to give it back to the communities. That way we wouldn't have to do the referendum. But if we do the referendum, then the people need to decide. And I bet you that people are going to vote on this and give it to the communities. Allow our communities to prosper under TECHA. Greg Borland came up with this, TECHA, DATAC. And Greg Borland come up with another one, mitigation, $330 million right there, 2 trust funds. This body, there's supposed to be a reinvestment team, and they're supposed to be reinvesting this monies. It hasn't happened, 10 years. And you might hear us guys being frustrated because now we got a referendum and hopefully the people listening out there will empower themselves to get involved in a constitutional right they have, a referendum, and to sign that petition and give it back to the communities, create 21 positions with some money and mileage. That means 21 of our membership is receiving something. Then 5, 6, 7 council reps saving money. And that's what's actually said 10 years ago. We'll save money. That ain't, when you have a big money like this with interest, the people should be benefiting at the community. I'm pointing out a problem, and if you don't see it, then hopefully you're a solution and not a problem added to the problems. People come in on the council, and you're either a solution or you're part of the problem. So know the law. And even in front of the attorneys, the attorneys are going to speak forked tongue too. Because some of them drafted this stuff up, like Tracy. And she said it made some unallowable allowable. We couldn't pay bad debt. But because council dictated, we paid the college and Buffalo debt. We paid those debts, which is unallowable. But how an attorney could make something unallowable allowable, it happened. So you don't see number 2 in there. You see 1 and you don't see 2, where you can't pay for old debts. I'm just giving you the facts of this law. But if you look at the authorization in it, the authorization says the Constitution, 25 USC, both treaties, and the UNIDRIP, United Nations Declaration. Those are the authorizing laws under the TETRA that has totally been ignored by council reps. Either they don't read, they don't know the law. I call them, what do you call those guys when they want to dominate everything? Anyway, there's a word for it, but I'm hoping that we'll look at that law. You new reps, look at ordinance 74. It's not that hard to read. Look at the things that we're pointing out, and then look at why it's continuing. Why is there still poverty? Why is our people suffering, man? Why? Because of this body being dictators, I guess, and not allowing the people, empowering the communities and the districts, which actually the law is behind our membership in this. So I hope I explained it simple enough. Read the law, and then there's a referendum coming in, so hopefully we can make a motion to, let's give this Oyate committee back to the communities where it belongs. And that way, we might see some progress down in Cherry Creek and Blackfoot and Bridger and Isabel and Iron Island, where they need that. We need monies, man, in the community. You guys represent a district, but you vote for everybody. That's kind of troubling sometimes for me, you know, how we vote for everybody and we don't have all the facts, everything here, but we do it anyway. I don't know what you call that. Maybe a U.S. Congress type of, you know, doing things, but it's simple. Go by the compliance of the law. Right here, just one last thing, Chairman, because I'm probably abstain to this, but in the Constitution, I'm going to bring out another compliance issue because this is a compliance issue. We're out of compliance with the law by the council reps being the Oyate committee. They don't want to give that up. Maybe this good year here, our communities will prosper and will empower our Article 3 district or precinct organization elections and certifications. We need to empower our districts. So each voting precinct established under this Constitution as provided in Article 3, Section 4, shall elect at the first general election and biannually thereafter a president, a secretary, and a treasurer. You guys just took an oath to this. And we're not in compliance with this, with the vacant chairman and secretary districts. We're not in compliance with this. I'm just pointing out another non-compliant issue. We need to be in compliance, Council Chairman. You're the constitutional authority now. You got to keep the Constitution and keep this body in line with the Constitution, which we're not. Pointed out on the record, and we need to address this compliance issue. Thank you.
Mr. Woods, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Lee, Ms. Haskell.
Chairman, were you able to assist me with that second 900? That first 900 plus goes to the administration of the Tetra office, but that second one, it just says kind of vague. It doesn't really spell out a department. Where's that going? It's toward the bottom there, 900,000. It's just an annual allocation for the social welfare component of the education, health, recreation, and social welfare fund, Fund 3. An amount of 900,000. That's all it says.
I'm doing that for education.
Education?
I'm assuming that I'll find out.
Because we got that 2 point, looks like 2.7 or 2 point somewhere in there. That's going for those grants for the college students. So I kind of want to know what this 900 is going towards, is that same thing, or? I guess chairman and executives, council, there's things in here such as that 600 reinvestment to the Ochete Shakoi Power Authority. From my understanding, we got that email from Apex pulled out, and there was $800,000 that tribal council we're gonna forward that, and then the administration caught that 800,000 and Apex pulling it out. They got the email and they were able to stop that 800,000 from going out. So to me, that's a dead issue, and I just don't see us allocating 600,000 to this power authority when Apex pulled out, and that was a big component of that windmill project. So that's part of the reason we gotta send it back. Another big problem is 700,000 being taken away from ABC Commission and to the new council representatives. You look in the ordinance and we gotta split these up, individual resolutions, so we can make a decision. But what they're doing is kind of like strong arming you guys, and you know, there might be some things in there you don't like, but you gotta approve it by one resolution, they're saying. But you look at the law, we gotta divide it up. So I don't, Chairman, we haven't even gave this new council representatives a chance to even see the Tetra ordinance. I don't know if they read it or if they've seen it, but I think we refer the issue back to the Tetra Oyate committee. We have new members on that committee, and then they can discuss whether we obligate funds for a new tribal office with these funds, or water park, or new housing projects. But we affording the opportunity, we're just gonna go off of what the previous council wanted, and you know, half of them ain't here. So I think it's a new light. We send it back. These new concepts would be part of a new tribal office, you know, within a couple months or a month. You know, we could take that action today. We could take that action right now, but out of respect for the new council, I'm not gonna make that motion. I think we need to allow them to read the papers, the documents, and the people put them here to make those decisions. Right now, we have before us a decision of a group of councilors that got ousted out of here. You guys are gonna approve of this. You might as well put them councilors right back in here, because you're supporting something that they try to hurt the membership by doing things like this. So just think of that. If you can't, this council's not giving you time to review the paperwork. The motion maker doesn't want to pull the motion and offer that, then at least know right now, if you approve of this, you're taking 700,000 away from the ABC Commission. Those are children. So on the record, you know, you heard it from Representative Derek Barlett, District 5, you know, you pass this, you're taking 700,000 away from kids. So I would say, Chairman, you know, even the executives have the authority to hold up on us and refer it back and come back with clarification, you know, because nobody's saying nothing about that 600,000. You're gonna approve that and pay them guys, or you know, that replenishment fund? That's a dead issue. You're gonna approve of something that's already dead, 600,000 could be used for something. So those are important issues. If not, at least have the respect to divide these up into individual resolutions so the council can make a decision. By law, they should be separated into individual resolutions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, and I live with it as well, you know, we need to get our job done, and we need to refer it back, or we have to do something different, you know, we did take action, we can't just let it sit here, or that's what I see the little notes, from the secretary is to table, and, you know, we gotta just take an action, make our mind, make a decision, that's what we need to do, we need to vote. If there are no things, you know, that's our job. And, you know, if this don't work out, we'll figure out what does. So that's what I look at it, you know. I'll make a decision. As far as with energy goes, APEC was just, part of the situation, the tribe and Apple, we still have that partnership. So we just need the developer part of it, and APEC dropped out of the energy project because of the Inflation Reduction Act. Authorized tribes to be the investor in their own projects, so that was never there before, and that affords the tribe to be a bigger owner of the project, so that's really a good thing for tribes, at least hard for tribes. Anyways, I skipped over Mr. Walters, and then, Ms. Lee and Ms. Apple. Sorry. Let's go ahead, Mr. Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is why come it says tabled for treasurer on all these motions? Because there was no action taken on that big resolution, I believe is why it was. But I never did really go to any of the Oyate committee meetings because I felt the same way that the Oyate committee should be a representative from each district. One of our people from each district could be the Oyate committee. So I just kind of stayed out of it. And when it came here, we take action. We either support it, we don't support it, we abstain from it, or whatever, and we keep moving. This has been done since April 4th, 2022. That's a long time. And there was money put in there for the ABC commission, and it's different now on here. And so I don't know if I can support it, Mr. Chairman, but we need to move forward here, one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. I am on the Techa Oyate Committee. If you notice on the resolution, the 30,000 is for the Techa board. And I was on the Techa board previously before I was back on council. The Techa board is one person from each of the 6 districts. And these individuals are qualified and they are bonded and they are checked, they're vetted to be sure that they are able to be on the board. And this 30,000 in here is to pay them. And we would meet once or twice a year, but with the pandemic, it was getting to be like we'd meet once a year. I know those windows are way backed up and it's just taken so long to get these grants to people that have applied. And one of the things that since I've been back on this council and that we've been hearing is this money for the Watch Day Animal Shelter. We've had people come up here and say how they've been bitten, and Ethel Morgan's been up here telling us about her funding disparities where they're barely open. And there's, I think it's gotten better, but it's still an issue out there. The dogs that are roaming around, the stray dogs, the stray cats, and a lot of our people have gotten bitten. And my own niece was attacked by about 5 dogs, and she really got hurt. And another individual, a young man, got attacked too. There's been several. There's been a lot anyway. But so they need this money. The animal shelter, I mean, everyone, support services, that 700,000. I know there's a need with school clothes, elderly. They do a lot for the elderly, and they need money to do that, and they just can't just stop in the middle of everything. This is from April of 2022, so it's been months that this, I know that the previous, I mean, it never was a moneymaker. We know that, but I believe that it's a much needed business program here, and it's they're doing the best they can to bring in revenue, but they do need funding, and this 200,000 will help them stay on the air and help them pay their employees, which don't get much money anyway. But that would really help them. So we do have a board of the Techa board is 6 tribal members. I'm not sure who District 1, I think that was vacant. District 2 is Shirley Garrow Christensen. District 3 is Nina Fiddler. I can't remember who 4 is. 5, Billy Rose Garrow, and 6, Warren LeBeau. So we have highly qualified people on this board. And they get, I believe it's like $60 for each proposal. And some of those proposals are pages and pages. You have to go through and read each proposal, and you have to go through the 9 different areas and write your comments. And if you think the proposal is good, if the elements are there to approve the proposal, and they have to get a score of 70, and the highest score you can get is 100. I mean, there's it's very time consuming to do those grants, but, people are dedicated and they're getting them done. So I think we really need to, approve this resolution. I know there's another window open, but if people want to apply for anything, they just need, when the window's open, they just need to submit a proposal. And people from the Techa office, I know in the planning department, are able to assist in other areas. We have a lot of grant writers here, so a lot of them are very good at doing their own proposals, but if you need anything, just submit it to the Techa office and make sure that all the 9 elements are covered. And then I think you'd have a good chance of getting your proposal funded. But there are several areas in here that we just can't, I don't think they can really wait much longer for their funding. But that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. We're going to Mr. Haskell and then Mr. Crosby.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. In the Woods, I am totally for giving this back to the people. I'm not against you. But we need to get back to our districts. We need to get all of our districts, a chairman, a vice chair, and a secretary, and having regular meetings monthly. This has to happen. It's important, and we have been without. District 4 is the only district, to my knowledge, that is missing one person, that's police commissioner board. Other than that, we have every other seat filled in our district. So it is up to us as representatives to get to our district and recruit, get people to fill these positions, even if we have to take money out of our pocket to pay their filing fees. This needs to get done before we can create an Oyate Techa committee board member from each district. But I feel like that's on my shoulders. That I need to, if this goes through and we give this back to the people, I want to go out and recruit. I want to, get the word out there, pass it on to my district. And all of our districts are, District 4 is, the word spreads fast. We're having a meeting. Please attend. If you can't be in there in person, be on Zoom. And I think that falls on us. So we need to do a better job. And if we're going to create this committee and give it back to the people, it needs to happen immediately. But all of our positions need to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. Good old debt chest. It's always quite the conversation that we have, Mr. Chairman, and it's a good program. We got good people over there. This is the way the process has always been since I've been here. Do I agree or disagree with it? Yes, some I do, some I don't. But if you look at the resolution, the things it's funding is, it's all providing some sort of service to our people. We could sit here and talk till midnight about it and vote on it. Now, I understand my colleagues' concern. I agree with Mr. Inglewood when he says, we shouldn't be part of the Techo Yacht Committee. That's why when I first got elected, I went to a few meetings and then he got elected and said that, I believe him. That's why I'm not part of that. But I have to sit here and vote on the drawdowns and what's getting funded. Do I agree with my colleague, Mr. Russo? Absolutely. That's why if you look, their motion passed that to amend this ordinance. Right, Madam Secretary? That passed, right? To amend ordinance 74 to start the process. So it's up to go to Techa, to the committee and say, director of the Techa program, let's start that process. Let's start amending that ordinance. But when that ordinance went out and was drafted, the people said they didn't want tribal council to have control of that money. So they developed a process. That's the process for following, ladies and gentlemen. If you want that change, amend the ordinance. But Mr. Chairman, we can sit here and talk till midnight, or we can we can vote because this is the process. Do I agree with it? Some I do, some I don't. I believe there should be a, resolution for each deal, but that's not the way we've been doing it. So, and you're right, we're dead in the vote no. So, I believe we vote on it, if it passes, programs are gonna get funded, services are gonna be there. If we don't, the funding ain't there, drop the law, start over. That's what it comes down to. Do you care about your programs or your people, or do you not? Then go to the start the process of amending the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Just a quick question. Mr. Bartlett brought up 600,000 for Ocheti Shakoi Power, correct? Is that a corporation that we're working with? Okay, so it is 600,000 is going to them?
And spending the money to get them every day, and to use that car to get a phone for the shop on power authority. So they can use the dollar fee for the winter.
Okay, all right. Thanks, sir.
Next we have Mr. Kessler, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I just wanted to touch on the 900,000 that Representative Bartlett had commented on earlier. I think the way it reads is 900,000 is an annual allocation for the social welfare component of the Education, Health, Recreation, and Social Welfare Fund, Fund 3, in the amount of 900,000. Then you take your 700,000 to the CRST support services, add that to the 200,000 for KP radio, you come up with 900,000 total. So that's what the 900,000 is. It's the combined totals of those two.
Yes, sir.
Is the way I read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, Chairman, I think that 100,000 going to the fishing park, that was the issue. At the office. At first we were gonna, look into the water park, commission. It was kind of brainstorming on gymnasium and things like that. EP radio wasn't in that budget. The game fishing park employee that Dennis Russo or someone wanted to hire somebody to go down to the river and clean up trash, beer cans and things like that. I mean, we weren't in favor of putting 100,000 towards that, so basically the office wasn't signing off on the basketball coaches that we agreed on. It'd be developed. We actually, we have a whole inning course, we have the one at downtown, that's just run down, they've been there for years. So they needed to be renovated and improved at 300,000 out of the 700,000 to do that. So there was a disagreement with the tech office on not wanting to sign. And then, so the fund 300,000 should have came out of the 700,000. It's never happened. We already approved it by accident through ABC Commission action, board council. We have several house employees and of course, Lynette Crease, revenue director. So we Mr. LeBeau was the chairman of that ABC commission, and Tetra Office still didn't want to make any movement on any signatures to draw down the funds to develop two basketball courts. So then another allocation came, and so anyway, nothing's been signed up on until this deal here from the council. They're basically taking that 700. You're either gonna help children, 700,000, take it back to committee, or way out the committee, and look at the proposals, bring back separate proposals, and then we work together and decide on which ones we're gonna approve or disapprove, or we approve of all of them. But I think the issue here is with the new council, do you really wanna take 700,000 away from a commission that county reps sit down also, your colleagues? I don't think so. So, and it's already been about 7, 8 months anyways, you know, we're already gonna be discussing new allocations for this next year. So the big issue also with that is travel office. You know, these are big issues, and it's a big issue here on the floor today, the simplest thing is to refer back, because I think it's too big. And you haven't given the new council a chance to even read any of this, it's just brought forward. Chairman, you know, even you are the executive, could say, you know, just refer this back to set that way at the committee, and we still gonna make decisions, like I said, they'll have a meeting, and maybe they'll bring it right back next month, or maybe they need a couple months to review it. They'll come back with, some other, automatic allocations. Summertime can be coming up, some of you got campaigned on swimming pool, kids not having nothing the past 2 summers. You know, that year we had the swimming pool open, and it was open for about 3 days. So other than that, your family has enough funds to get those children to Pier or Rapid or Canyon Lake or things like that, and, you know, that's, good for you, and, poverty and things like that. You know, so I'm just saying, let's just slow things down, send this back to the head that way at the committee, and, let the new council review things, and maybe you might come back in with this whole same thing. But at least we're giving it a chance, giving you guys a chance to read the document, right now, we're gonna be approving of, this 9,000, 10,000, 10 million, or 6 million, so this is a $6 million decision you're gonna make, and you haven't got a chance to read the paperwork, or what's best. There's about 3 things in here I don't care for. One employee, 100,000, or whatever, I don't know if that's a year or 3 years. Let's go down and clean up track, I don't think that, that's just creating one job, that's under, like, the park. I wonder who's after that job, you know? Wonder who's after that, or who they trying to give 100,000. So that's one of the biggest issues, reason we get report everything out, but that, they decommissioned it, and then they wouldn't sign off on anything, so. Kind of back and forth, and of course, you know. Well, hopefully, Chairman Bull can, take action on some of those things, or get people to come back to work, so we can conduct business. You know, cause that, Mr. Bull, you know, that was an issue for us to have that individual come in and meet with us and try to get some results. Didn't happen. Now you're in a position where, you know, they don't answer that phone, then they fire, termination, you know. Things like that can happen, and that's the position you sit in. The directors feel like they don't have to come to work. So I think that's also another big decision on the executive. But I'm standing up for these kids, that 700,000. I sat on our ABC commission, hopefully, it's done it again. Mr. LeBeau knows where my heart's at, you know. And hopefully we have some counselors that are new, that like children, and like youth, and you remember those days riding on that bus, it was football games, and basketball games, there was volleyball games. You know, better remember those times, those days. And then if the decisions are easy, you know, refer back, kids are gonna lose their 700,000. We can leverage funds, we can develop water parks, you know. Indoor, gymnasium, with, indoor track, things like that, so. So another thing too is, we can develop a swimming pool, outdoor swimming pool with a lifeguard and salary for West and East End, Cherry Creek, Brookford, or LaFont. Those are the avenues or the options that you have for these funds back to catch up. We already waited past 8 months. These councilors didn't want to argue because the election time coming up. And when you argue, it doesn't look good on you. But I'm arguing for the kids, or debating, not arguing with you guys, I'm debating. You know, I'm just saying that the best interest of the tribe, my position as District 5 representative, we need to refer this funds back to the SRS committee. We have a new council now. You know, you guys are gonna steer this road, you know, either take us in the ditch or drive straight, get to the destination. So, I don't think you guys can be steered right now, and be something that the past council that you guys defeated them. I don't think you guys could come in here and support something that they would, but send it back, and you guys read it, and if it's something you like, then bring it back and we'll approve it. But to me, also to be fair, this is an individual resolution. So I sat here long enough to help you guys. You know, somebody, like I told Mr. Priest, you act like this, you're out, one term. He's out, Jim Kiernan, you act like this, you're out of here. So anyways, I'm just saying that, be comfortable, you know, be nice and don't hurt the membership and you'll be here a long time. So I'm going on 15 years. So, hope to be working with you guys, you know, as we get old. Thank you.
Okay, next is, Mr. Underwoods, Mr.
Chairman.
London, Mr. Walters, Mr. Russo.
Chairman.
Calling for the vote.
Chairman, to follow up with District 4, supporting this, when you call it to order, this Constitution and bylaws is what we deliberate on. And on page 7, Article 7, it says referendum. So we brought in a resolution from District 1 in 2017 outlining an amendment to the ordinance. And then the gist of the law says, therefore be it resolved, we the tribal membership request tribal council to amend the following section, which reads ordinance 74-107 Techo Oyate Committee. B, composition. The Techo Oyate Committee shall be comprised of members appointed by tribal council. Only enrolled tribal members may hold a seat on the Techo Oyate Committee. So how does the Oyate Committee made up of council reps when it doesn't say council reps? It says council reps will appoint. So what we wanted to amendment to the ordinance is, be it further resolved, the following amendment to section 70, ordinance 107 Techo Oyate Committee B composition shall read, the Techo Oyate Committee shall be a representative from each community, which consists of 21 communities. A quorum to conduct business on behalf of the Oyate regarding Techo funds shall be a majority of 12 representatives from their respective community. A per diem and mileage shall be budgeted for the Techo Oyate Committee annually. That would be the amendment. So when we presented this back then, it got shot down, and there was a lot of talking the same way now under the law, and I was getting disrespected by council reps. And I didn't think that was fair, you know. Now I'm hearing a voice now that's actually for the people in the community. That's who we represent. So we got this referendum that we started last year, but I was wondering, because we have a new council, instead of getting all this, the referendum, which is the people's only recourse, to change ordinances and resolutions, that maybe we reintroduce this resolution to see if it'll pass with the new council. And that language there covers it. So this actually came out of the District 1. It should have come out of all the districts, but some of the district reps, they didn't want to bring this to the districts. They left the people in the dark on this, which isn't right. So that's the update on where we're at with this, and we need to really look at empowering our people now, and that way this council here could conduct more into the committee than being the committee, and empower our people, Chairman, because right now, maybe I could bring this back tomorrow. I just wanted to inform you that everything we're doing is by this year. It says Constitution and bylaws, and we're non-compliant. So we got to get back in compliance on behalf of our membership. One last thing, Chairman. On the audit here, what is the audit? Because we have a in-house counsel and internal auditor. 6 years ago, when I got back in, the number one thing from the District One was, where's all the TETRA monies? What's going on with the TETRA? We don't know anything. Where's the audit? So that's why we brought that question in, and we got against, from District One, we got wrong. I just wanted to share that because, I'm not gonna be disrespected no more when I'm sticking up for the law. That's on your shoulders. You know, it's on our shoulders. So I'm hoping that we can get this maybe reintroduced and put it to a vote again. Maybe, see where that goes. And if it passes, then power to the people, power to the communities. Let's empower our people, man. Because I've heard comments from this body about our people. And if the people knew that that's how the rep feels about them, they ain't gonna be sitting here no more. They realize we work for the people by the numbers. That's where I'm coming from, and I hope every one of you do that too. You should be on your own person and understanding this. You know, because a lot of the scratching my back stuff hurts the people. 6 years ago, the only thing I seen in Greengrass is a community building. 6 years ago, the poverty and joblessness, everything in the communities with those young guys is still there. Nothing's changed 6 years. That's where I get frustrated at. And I say, it gets you angry. You know, you get angry at this stuff because what do? You know, you got to go by the numbers. That's where we're at, Chairman. And I'd like to see the audit, and I'd like to see where we're at with that audit. Because there were some red lines there, and I don't know if that committee resolved those red lines. And last time we had the Oyate office here, when we was gonna talk to the in-house counsel on a couple of questions, I think Derek had the floor, and then I had the floor second. But she ended up crying and walking out on us, and we never got to get those questions answered to date. So I'd like to see an audit and where we're at. Just like the Oyate committee should be rattling it off. The Buffalo board too, they need to make a report to us. They haven't done it yet. They're always on the agenda. We never heard a Buffalo report yet, or a Terrell report. So I'm hoping we can get these reports up, and you know, I'm gonna let the new council reps know, I opposed this Buffalo board with council reps on it. It was called Techaka Incorporated. They disgraced that name. They took it away from the 6 districts that had it. And let's dissolve the Buffalo board with council reps and give it back to the district where it was at. That way the council reps could work on more important issues, you know. And we definitely need those reports because we haven't heard them. We haven't heard them for years. I'm hoping what I'm telling you concerns you, because who do you represent? You know, District 4 is pretty big, you know, but we vote for everybody. So I'm just letting you guys in on some things that need happening, need change. And I hope council reps that are on the boards and stuff will succeed to the people, to the communities, to the district. That's who we represent. Maybe I need to introduce that resolution again, take a vote on it. So when do we get that audit, Vice Chairman? It's on your shoulders now, today or tomorrow. Audit, protection. We asked for it 6 years ago. So I can make that report to District 1 with the audit. Because we're not getting no Hoyate report at the district. We haven't for 6 years that I know of. And that was the main question from District 1 was, where's the audit? What's going on? A lot of elders are asking that. But then we ran into this. That needs to open. Thank you, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Underwood, and, I did write it down here on the chairman's, notebook. Audit protected question mark for elect. So we find out next, Mr. Condon. Thank you. Thank you. The chair. Good afternoon, council, secretary. You know, when I walked back in, Price mentioned mitigation. Back in those days, mitigation had 4 bands on it. Koju, other 3 here. So when this here was getting approved, the few many Koju that were in Cherry Creek, they want their share. So in the process of how to be able to do some Sioux Nation things, I helped a member divide the letter. And our share of that nine, of $292 million was 72,800,025 cents. Now we had plans for that 72 million. That was vision. We want to contribute to the district, which is always interested in the district. Officers, Cherry Creek, other paid in order to $100. But when Maynard was sitting in here back in those mitigation days, Rick Ford was superintendent. This letter that I helped to put together, one of those full-blooded coaches here. Years ago, called Greg. They remember that letter and we let you handle for us. And his response to me was, Monty, that money belongs to the Shannon River City. Well, come and put me in the code, the dog, you, come and put that in there. Somewhere along the line, this entity was helped to rob us. And now you guys are having this money like this now, because it changed. Made that picture. But I still contend that it's not Shannon River City funds. It belongs to these bands that are on this reservation, because that's the water. That's only Shannon River City. All this stuff that gets changed around and stuff like that. You know, we like to have a piece of our t-shirt. Great ideas came out of there. Greenhouse, all kinds of things that can be done. Natural gas in there. You can build a plant to do that and give all of our membership free natural gas. Dark on the outside. Things like that that we thought of. Geothermal systems running throughout our areas. Self-sustaining types of things that we thought of. Yeah, that's great for that. I'm guessing it would have been better. But that person put his name to that. It's still there. So, myself not being a Oakland, I can ask for that 72 million share for myself. But I can ask it on their behalf. It's Oakland.
You guys are messing with many close to 72 million shares, what you guys do. Whatever band you're from, maybe you should dip into that 72 million share, rest of your band. And if possible, will include China Pursuit too. In ways to think of everybody. One of these things that is coming up again is blood bond. Yesterday, 48 does their council on radio, that came up. And when it came to the part where it said, or some person said, these tribal entities have the right to increase their membership and the radio cut off. So what was there said in those 15, 20 minutes? That was me, by appointment. No child or call which is spoken. Talk a little bit on the on behalf of these many coaches that are speaking. I don't speak for all the many coaches. And they speak for themselves. But in this sense here, we bring up things that belong to the Sioux Nation, the treaties that you mentioned. I told Bob a couple of times, maybe a few times, about this reservation not being a treaty tribe. But those treaties that were made, we have descendants of those treaty signers. It's still here. For sure, I can say that at least 1,499. Nobody likes to hear that when this blood quantum issue comes up. But when the government, John Thune announced at a meeting attended by one of our tribal members, shooting for the termination of reservations, by 1934, 100-year span. And when Joe Biden asked, we give you Indians, they wanted to power. Railroad guy donated to this reservation to do away with the power. 10 years ago, we're still living in power. So those of us in my area, we're gonna pursue that ownership of that 72 million since John River Sioux sold our water. Southie Joe, Black Queen, and the two killers. Yeah, $72 million interest in this money that I've been talking about. In the process of everything that is on the Sioux Nation, and in this process too, there is such a thing as are you one of them? And if you are, can you prove it? That's where the breakdown of politics, your whole thing is pointing. I should always try to stick to the laws like what you guys are operating on. It takes honest people to run the government. You can say that you're honest. As long as there's dishonesty, what I mentioned to you earlier about the commandments of the Lakota. Ye shall not lie. Ye shall not cheat. Two commandments, very, very hard to live by today. These things that I speak of, I stick to what's written down. Because I'm not smart enough to write these things up myself. But I learned enough to be able to help this tribal member. To turn in a letter, to claim some money that belongs to him. Not only him, but the rest of the people. You guys really need to think about how you're spending this money. And remember, the many clothes are still coming after they're sending $3 million there. Part of the history to this picture. Back in when there was medication, grave was getting the grave together. And it was good. It was really all the great members went and got a hold of it. Everything changed. Started to mess up the steam that they had put together. But kind of wanted to throw that out at you guys. The guy that I'm talking about, his name is Cook. Send it back to. Since I have the floor, I did these things on his behalf, amongst others. I want to ask if he has anything to say. Come up here, say it. All right. So I can't give you the dates, the year that we wrote that letter, but Amos might know that information.
Omikapia ke ona voka po. Shuka kasa pe macha po me ko tu ya te mata hana. Te ma wasti dona. Dai na hipla na. Swasa dua bola kota suhani. Dua. I speak English then, so you can understand it. Right now, I'm kind of embarrassed when I look at, well, I'm gonna stay here on a positive note because I've seen enough negativity all these years. This IRA government is not meant for me. Who you? I can fit in all these years. I'm 64 years old and I can't fit in. I can't find my place. I know there's something better. And as a full-blood mini Cooley, I know where the elderly sat me down 30 years ago and taught me everything there is to know about race and nation. And nothing to do with this. We were taught to move forward, not stay in one place and argue, fuss, fight, and the people get hurt. That's not us. So because of that, I've seen a lot of remedies that we've exhausted. And it has nothing to do with this. And I'm sorry, maybe you guys tried your hardest, but it ain't working for us. So that is why I got together with Monty and I wrote this letter. Because we, as full-bloods, we know how to take care of our people. And I know that somewhere in this IRA government, I read that between the federal government and the IRA government, the relationship is, as a tribal member, you are incompetent. That's a sad thing to hear. Me, I'm not incompetent. So therefore, I withdrew myself from this system. And I was able to survive as a Lakota because I can hunt, I can cook, I can think, I can build. But I've seen my people suffer a long time. And I know you guys mean good, a lot of money there. But I see nothing for the people, especially the West End. You guys, if you've ever been there, you know how our roads are. They're terrible. For me and our people, we're here to change that. We're here to make it better for you guys also. We need to go into the future together, not separately. We need to think about the little ones, those yet unborn. As people, as many closure, as the great Sioux Nation, you think 7 generations, not 1 years, next month's meeting. So in my heart, it's a whole lot. I know I've been taught, I live it, and I can't live it in this IRA government. So I apologize, me, for being here, being in your face, honest. But the truth is, things are gonna change for the better. If you cannot do it, we'll step in and do it for you. Yeah, the youth are the ones that are hurt. We've never even heard one word from them. You know what? They're our future. Imagine you open up your arms. Imagine. And I got one more thing to say. Karen, you came to my house, and he was between me. He said, Amos, I want what the people want. I said, you know what they want? Okay. So here's what we want. It's not gonna cost us a few thousand, but we want to see a youth. We want to see a bike, pedal, a mile track. You know what you can do? You're gonna take thousands of kids on that main thing. They're gonna open up their minds, their hearts, their spirit, their limbs. And you're gonna get rid of men. It's gonna work. As far as the 18 on above, it's not gonna cost you another 3,000 either. Build a studio, because a lot of these kids have music in here that they want to message out to us. And we need to be here to listen. If not to listen, we've been listening. Ain't gonna do nothing. So, I'm here as someone that cares for you, loves you, but I love my people too. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for your doctor, you guys.
Appreciate the comments. See where we left off at. I think, Mr. Rousseau, Mr. Bartlett, council, we had a lot of comments on this already, and the way I see it, this will fund our scholarships, this will help fund the treatment center, this will help fund our youth affairs office, this will help fund the support services, this will help fund the radio station, this will help fund renewable energy. And I know one of you council reps said earlier that CRST was your baby. Mr. Russo, Mr. Bartlett, and then you can call for the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. I know I didn't, I'm glad that, discussion came up. I feel like it's confused, Chairman, and my district's been affected by this pension money, the failure to do what they should be doing. Bill said one time, I said, the best thing that's been built since our pension money came here in 2010 was the Legend Squares. It's funny because Legend Square was funded by impact money, surplus money that public school system. So then again, our children are the ones that are losing out. We have these resolutions that's before us. It's funding all this important stuff. So we don't support the whole resolution and don't get it passed. So now the pressure's on us to pass the whole thing, whether we like it or not, in the name of the children, the elders, the treatment center. That's a lot of pressure, and that's a lot of force to put on us as tribal council. And I don't support it. And actually, we should condemn this type of behavior. We shouldn't have to. This is what the federal government did to us. Forced us to sign treaties. They're forcing us, our own Tetra office, which aren't even on council anymore. Forcing us to pass this resolution. Look at this barn out here. Still ain't done. Look at that, all these projects that are Tetra funded, falling apart. Didn't pass inspection, so they're sinking into the ground. And we got one building down the apartment, Tetra funded, still ain't open. The clinic down there, going on over a year, a couple years now probably. So I support these, but they need to be turned back to the committee, and this committee needs to start doing stuff different. right here, I'm gonna end on this, Chairman. It says table for treasurer and all these. Because the catch-up program is pointing fingers at the treasurer's office, saying it's their fault. And I sat in budget committee and I sat on catch-up and watched them do it, blaming everyone else for all these failures. When that's not what that catch-up ordinance says. But it's just the ordinance. We shouldn't even, this tribal council body, we can amend that thing right now. They talk about the people. I went to one of the meetings. They didn't get the, they go through and they end up passing it whether we like it or not. So, the way to do this is to do a secretary election. And that's how you know if the people, so if someone wants to talk about the people want this or the people want that, let's put it to vote. I don't want to hear from one person's mouth that the people want this or that. That's a single person trying to vouch for the whole tribe. But I can't support this resolution, Chairman, and I'm a little disheartened and all that. That you're picking up the gavel that those 4 people that aren't no longer on the council have dropped. You picked it up. So I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo, Mr. Bartlett. Secretary.
Chairman, thank you. I don't think we should rush this, Chairman, I think that, you have the authority to work with the people and to allow the new council to read the document, send it back to you, set it right up and let them review it. Turn off your phone, you don't need to listen to Mary and Vince anymore, You guys are the council. The people put you here, so, block them if you have to, but you guys need to make your own decisions here. You got good guys and bad guys on this council, and consider myself one of the good guys. Several other colleagues that are good. You wanna do things for the youth, Amos said it best. The youth, he's upset, we can't do the job, and, he's asking for bikes or things like that for the kids. There's 700,000. There's some kids just right here a little bit ago. Imagine giving that 700,000 to those kids, what do you think they'll do with it? The doors are open. The options are there. You pass this action today, you're that mean group. We can do this for 4 years, it's like I told Jim Pierman. He's out of here, Vince is out of here, mean, those guys are mean guys. Everything that we try to develop for the youth, the people, they're always there to shut it down. You look on our, see what they created, there's a couple things they did, honestly, a couple, few. Jim Pierman did one, and Vince did one, so, but I'm not gonna badmouth them too much, but I'm just saying that kind of get the feeling here that some of them are colleagues here that just got into office are still taking phone calls from these evil group of politicians. And the people put you here. The people wanted that change. There's a big change. We didn't see that happen. It was kind of weird that the evil kind of went away. Almost seemed like. And I speak for my colleagues because my colleagues say. Probably don't disrespect anybody, I don't feel I'm disrespecting, I'm just being honest, because we need the new council reps to give us a chance, because you, council reps, one thing to develop, you came here, on the campaign. Now, if that was just lies, then it's gonna show, but this is your chance to work with the council that's already sitting here. Refer back to Teta, you guys review the paperwork, at least read one of the allocations. Right now, there's a motion on the floor, second, to get this put through. But I'm just asking that we work together, we can move mountains, like I said, if this thing out, we can make that water park happen this summer. We can build a few swimming pools in Western this summer. But if we intend on taking action that a previous four representatives that you guys ran against, if you want to support their action, that's basically what this is. Look at the 5, Ryman's the only one that's the fifth person, he's the only different one, but you have those 4 that you guys defeated in that race. You guys defeated them. Congratulations for that. But now you're a leader, and you gotta use your own mind and make decisions. You gotta jump into something where there's already been debates and arguments over this fund. But Amos says the best, you guys, there's no corruption here with me. I'm just fighting for, kids. ABC commission, whether I'm on there, whether we're on there again or not, some of you are gonna be on there. You're gonna be making decisions with no money, because this council's gonna, wants to take this money right now today. You know, that power authority backed out, there's another 600,000. That 100,000 for that game fish and parks employee to go down to the river and clean up trash. You know, they have workers that can go down there and clean that up. So why would you give them 100,000? You know, you gotta think now, you guys are in council, who's gonna get that job? Who are they trying to create a job for? So, those are all the red flags that you can probably see, but the main thing is, bird back, you know, involving children, money being taken, that's why I'm speaking the right, speaking, that's why it's been held up for you, because of me. They didn't want to sign up for the free basketball court for the kids. They're taking 700,000 from the ABC Commission, Alcohol Beverage Control Commission, from the kids. There's gonna be 40 representatives that are gonna be put on there, if they take that much, you know, you guys are limited to about 250,000. So, that's it. You guys campaign, you guys come into office, you know, it seems to me your guys' paperwork, you guys are for the youth, and this is your chance. This is your chance, and I'm an honest guy, you know, I'll tell you to your face, you know, bad or good to me, it's good, it's bad, just send it back. At least read it. You guys ain't reading it, you're just sitting there, you're gonna raise your hand, you're gonna make a motion, you're gonna support the motion to take something away, and you ain't really sure, so the people want you to be sure and make your decisions. Either that, or you have to abstain, that's what I always go, I got that office almost 15 years ago. There, if you don't know something, you don't have the paperwork in front of you, abstain, don't vote for it or against it. Make sure you know what you're voting on. So that's where Congress say, don't vote on the resolution that says, pending resolution or whatever, you know, because you gotta read the resolution. Read the resolution, so, that's all I'm asking you guys. Following leaders in the districts, I'm asking that you send it back, don't support this motion, send it back, you guys are gonna review the document. And, there's automatic allocations that they're doing on this, so they're kinda got out of hand, now you don't have to write for a grant, guess what? You guys have the authority to approve it right here, they're approving it right here, you can go there, guess what? Senator Kentucky, you guys go to the CRST committee, automatically allocate a pool that you want, a pool in Cherokee. You can do that. You guys have the authority to do it now. You know, you guys can probably wait a year or two, hold on, I'm talking. Have respect, Rhonda. Where's the sergeant arms at? You know, I'm talking. I know. Big eagle scratch, okay?
100
Yeah. Eagle statue. Yeah. So Chairman. Yeah, I know that, but hey, you're gonna have one of my enemies sit behind you like that? I'm telling you now, if you don't care for me. So that's what I'm saying, I'm starting to arm to catch those things, and I'm not gonna be attacked.
We're all the same people, or this.
That's it. She's not there. You look on your Facebook, you guys look on that Facebook, you know, she said that thing something.
Regardless of whether or not.
Yeah,
That's no way to that.
Chairman, let's get back to what the motion is. We had a discussion.
Yeah, the chairman, out of respect for the new council rep, I say that you have the authority to give them the chance to review this, table it, give them at least a night to read it. Maybe Vince and Mary can call these guys and try to persuade them to, but at least give them a chance to read it. Bring it back tomorrow. You know, if passing this through, you sitting on that board of you guys that try to push this through, it doesn't look good. You're saying for the people and planning with the people, you ain't planning with the council. So send it back, table it. You know, if this is a lot of money, 600,000, that's a lot of things to develop. A lot of leverage there. Pass this through, that windmill thing, you know, you worked on that, Chairman, that Apex pulled out. The colleagues on here right now that want to work on windmill projects and at a cheaper rate, so at least give that a chance. I'm just saying, yeah, it's for the kids, you guys. The issue with the kids, that's why I held up, so I'm glad I've been able to hold it up for this long. So I'm hoping that the new council can at least refer it back and didn't get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now go, then we're gonna go to minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I've proven that I do have a mind of my own. Thank you for that, Mr. Bartlett. I do have questions on this and I do want to know, if the way this is wrote, like Mr. Underwood said, is legal or if it is illegally written. That is one of my main questions. Is it okay to pass these, Mr. Chairman, the way it is written in this resolution? Or does it need to be all passed individually?
Yes,
We-
so
sorry.
it's legal, I'm sorry, just to answer your question, the ordinance does say a resolution. So it's singular, and that's why it's all in one. That's my understanding of it.
And then we do have, there is stuff in here for the youth, including our kids' scholarships. And there's stuff in here for our support services, so I feel like that's important. Regardless of whose nephew this program is going under or whose niece this is going under here, there's stuff in here that's important that is pressing. It's Christmas, it's December. Thank you.
Secretary?
Right, Secretary?
Abstain.
Can I get you? John Kessler?
Yes.
Karen Dupree? Karen Reed? Yes. Shelton Haskell?
Yes.
Zach Rhodes? Gary Porter?
No.
Bill Bixby?
Abstain.
Bob Walter?
How?
Ronald Russo?
No.
Kathy Thompson?
Yes.
Council, we have seven yes, 2 no, we are abstaining, motion carries. Council, have some fellow citizens that need the floor.
Can I get the floor for Ivan?
Yeah.
Look it up.
Ivan and Kay. Who's, more elderly by Kay?
Order 24.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations, Madam Secretary. I've been wanting to come back and talk about the project I'm working on. And this is to say that 2,499 full blood that's on our reservation. Due to the 20,000 flood, who are not full blood. And one of the things that really that get recognized as a God race, along with our language. And I've been working on that for the past few months as I can. And so, I have the attention of podcasts of me. It's at work. It's gonna be at the city in 2 weeks. Also interview me and do my story here and how it got this size and then the other part, 20,000 plus. So, I'm familiar with all that. So along that line, to be administered, you know, of knowing what the project is to, when I had the document study, I'd like to bring it back to council and to have your support. So, for me, I don't need pushing from this council, because it's a project that needs to be done with or without council. It'd be nice, you know, to support it. And along that line comes the reason why for a this is because it's wonderful. A lot of people are invited to wireless all of the this group, the council here made a motion or a resolution to put the word out there All this money is coming in, so there you have it. And that's how it helps you to think about charge of cost secretary. 28,000 now. And out of that, there's only 2,199 full floats left. So I think it's critical that we get. By a local man who attended a meeting. And he, other friends of mine told me that John Zoom had made a statement. And said by the year 2030, most of the full bloods will be gone. This our state. Bill said, and then by the year for sure, by the year 2036, the full bloods will be dead. And we're gonna do away with these reservations. And now it's told by a local man that's in fact gonna be. So I think that too is a critical thing that this current contact food is saying that. You know, he's acting like, you know, we could just, the rest of the descendants will not. Our descendants will live on forever, they won't be over. But our reservation likely will have a longer time than some of the I don't believe that. Last that long. Look at the Canadian, Indian tribes from, all the way west, south and north. They survived that. A lot of those tribes look like possible. They're not hopeless like us. White, either white, black, there's yellow, the red, different colors. Our people here work hopeless here. This tribe, the reservation was made with the, for us, our ancestors, to civilize us so we could dress like them, get educated, eat like them, and for us to be civilized. So, this tribe, there was a resolution to be made, and make sure that you take it back to the district. 2018, September 2018, we contacted the secretary of the Secretary's office and Michael Glass. Glass and words, he said he goes meeting with us from here, not in DC, because we're all elders, we have peace. Mandated everything to be business. Yeah. He did, every meeting, with that group, it's three of them. One of the things that I see to a left was we presented enrollment other than novel has been sitting on forever. And that should be done. She said you could do it through ways. Everything we had. Poverty, the Buffalo program, the trust responsibility, education. There's a couple more issues. And she said you could do local referendums with petitions. And so you could make changes to your own reservation regarding all this and all that. And she said you could go to the, make a resolution, take it to the tribal council. If they refuse to do it, then you can open that up for a one page all of the and the other thing was the do a secretarial election will be lazy and take a long time, especially with the 20 we have now. But what are the options? She said we could pay. I think it's beyond enough. It's gotten to where everything that we're talking about today is critical on a critical level because you're leaving out the people. You're leaving them out from voting. We see them up for voting for resolutions. But look, everything you did during the pandemic, during the COVID, you guys made resolution after resolution. And without having a secretarial election, you guys are changing the constitution. That constitution is our bylaw, was made for us. And did you ignore us? You didn't bring nothing back to the districts? Some of you used to be with us in District 5, District 4. None of you came back to keep us in, we have no say. We don't get to vote on nothing. You guys do it all for us. So, I'm doing this. My race and the race of my grandchildren, boys, all the other bullets that are left. We're not even white. So, it's a critical issue for us in this tribe to recognize that we are the dying race. You guys should look at us and say, yeah, we'll preserve it. Because we're also a Sweden that some of us, what's that? Not prejudice. This is the issue that has to be dealt with. We need to critically, continue on with my podcast, and we have the attention of lawyers. I have the attention of a couple of law firms and 3 investigative journalists who are willing to come here, walk through this reservation and check it out, talk to the local people. And the way it is, the way you guys argue and fight for this TETRA money, that's for the people. I saw the plan for this TETRA business. They said every district, bring in your wish list, bring in your economy you want in your district. And the Constitution and bylaw says precincts. It does not mention districts. It mentions precincts. Take these back to your precinct. That's the way the resident of the Constitution and bylaws is written, Mr. Chairman. And if we argue over district this and district that, Constitution says precincts. So with all that being said, you look at it in the bigger picture. The attention money is used by very few people. And we slowly had grant writers in office for it. All they did was get money from attention and call it grant. That's not grant. You have all the way to the top and be proud of it. Yet here's our court attention money being used. Programs after program. And we need to change one word in it. Give them a one-time grant, not go back there. Every time that TESA opens up, these programs have to go. Grants. Based on all that, to say these things pertaining to our local people, and we are getting started. So there are several groups that I'm aware of that are doing similar things, but mine is just to get recognized. People as a dying race, or language, or way of life. There's a lot of things that are being done. Like, some of the things that are going on with the sweats and all that in our religion, that was a religion way of life. And we still have that way of life. We try to be humble, we try to be humble, we try to help each other. We're not just talking for ourselves, but we make sure my kids and my grandkids have more than that before I leave this world. And so I wanted to bring that here. I'm afraid of answering questions. I'm not afraid to let you know that there's other women working with me, and they're all grandmothers, they're full-blood grandmothers. And boy, they know how to talk. And I'm really proud of them. And so I told them I'm gonna go to council and let them know what they started working on. And they can either have support us or get our document ready here pretty soon. And then, or else they'll support us. We'll still continue. So as a courtesy, it's for the full ones. And not anybody else that will be recognized to be that race. The guys will go on with those descendants. They'll have, maybe have drops of Indian blood, or even be adopted. Hedge funds came, there's several child families that have their, they had foster Indian foster kids, like their own kids. But guess what, when Chester came, they enrolled their kids too. And some of those kids ran around with a check and they do preschool, you go to school saying, I got some Indian, I got some Indian. Like that, Ihasa. So, another point that we want our share of the time here. We would like to have a day when people could come in and talk about their issues. And there's many issues on this reservation. We have alcoholism, we have so bad cirrhosis, some young people are dying every month on their disease from alcoholism. What have we done about that? We're gonna say, you should get rid of alcohol, all the bars on this reservation, get rid of them. And start with the younger kids that are alive today. Most of those guys, the people that are dying, that is the whole nonsense. They were 9 years old. One told me a story. She said, he called me grandma, why I start drinking? I said, how come? I imagine a child's drinking. When I got up, my parents were both drunk and passed out. We were running around with my brothers and sisters. Oh, so we go to school. And then we stopped and was over there. He said, Dad was all you got. And unfortunately, two of his brothers died, and he's still alive. So all those things are happening today. And then I heard somebody's ears if I see these things, but our God forgive us. Maybe none of us is back. And why this presentation was made. So that being said, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have any questions or anything? You'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Kay. Appreciate you, and thank you for sharing the information. You have a link or to the information you mentioned. Email to us or message it to me. I'm interested in looking more into it.
But that,
If you have like more information on
yeah.
some of the.
I'm sure documents like that, you could go release this week. And, copies, like, your copies, and your whatever. That's what it is.
Thank you. Council, we're here from Mr. Lippy Horse, and then, about 5, we'll wrap it up for the day. Mark Van Norman was here earlier, I was coming back, he got lost. Mr. Lippy Horse, go ahead.
Oh, wow, you like, I tell my friend, I bet you got to go. Newly elected official, chairman, staff, administration. So, thank you for letting me on the floor and address, my personal issue with my daughter. Been, back in August, we moved with the heart because of, the emotion. I was, I come from, it's from the, Hurricane Rescue Plan Act, Pandemic Relief Payment, Program Policy and Rules, moved by Tribal Council January 24, 2022. And on that one there, what referred to, J, where it says enrollment in Federal Sioux Tribe, all applicants, including any minor children, must be enrolled. I will remember the Federal Sioux Tribe as of January 19. My daughter enrolled on February 2nd. By the enrollment office, but this year, enrollment, I started about 2 years prior to getting them to be enrolled, but because of the pandemic, the offices in Rosebud and China River, they're pretty slack from getting the paperwork done. I have to do a lot of paperwork. I have to get secure that they work Rosebud for where they're from. I enrolled them here to China River members. So anyway, because of paperwork not being able to be taken care of on time of the pandemic, they're unfortunately not being able to be enrolled in February 2nd. And because I feel that they can be able to get this year $1,000 part on the second round, if the council was asking if they were able to receive that, and the council approved that in August second, 1822. 2022 approved motion to approve Ravine and to ARPA payment. But they still never received their check. Then why I'm coming is that up here because it's winter now. When I approached council back then to have them get an ARPA check, they okayed it because I told them that they needed a home. Winter. And now there's a trailer, RV trailer. And because of the RV trailer, they carbon monoxide poisoning a couple weeks back. I need to get them in a home and I need to at least get some funds. I help them out. I helped them try about quite a bit without asking for any pay. I went to the Massachusetts for we paid the artifacts, ceremonial items. I represented them there. 2 days later, I turned around and traveled to Washington, D.C. In front of 6,000 veterans we represented. China River there. We got to be the lead honor guard there to bring that Native American memorial. And Bryce was there. Sort of made veterans here. I did quite a bit for the tribe. I also tried to do a lot of education. I was actually shop going all the way back to those times. Before the Catholic life, we have a lot of things that we can do. It's our sacred ceremonial basis of ceremony and our people need this year ceremony to come back to our people. Otherwise, our youth are going to be lost. And our identity of our language needs to address as soon as possible. There is not too much more language to be here anymore. A lot of the elders that left, I helped bury a lot of our elders with our spiritual leaders and leaders across our nation here. Not China River, the Rosebud, Fire River, and Daniel Rock, and all those other help out all the people who moved very well. So, a lot of the things I do, I don't charge anything, and I do what I can to help our people. And I need to bring some economic development here also. We waited for the time to get the program going. Sometimes, like I said, election and different newly elected members. So me as a spiritual leader, I'm not opposing people. I live a life that help our people, and it's not their job. It's something that I grew up with. I grew up with our language and ceremonies and and Bigfoot ride and all those things that happen to people to retain who they are. I like a little bit of help in return. Hopefully, all the paperwork, I don't know, I didn't know that there was already stipulations on the area about so, push a little harder back in November or October, where the office just weren't open. And everybody gets sick and stay at home, and, didn't want to answer their phones. So it was pretty tough to get that, to meet that deadline that was put in place by council. Although I worked on it for quite a while. So anyway, I'm thinking, we can somehow look at that and figure out how we can get this year done. That January 19th, maybe there's, people that are saving open itself, where they need to be able to be helped. A lot of our people with limited income are a little down. So if we can get some of that done, sure appreciate it. And that's a personal issue that I've asked for. I usually don't have a personal issue, but I have to see my real secret. And I didn't want to pull it off, honestly. So we can do something before it gets any more colder. We can get some stuff in the apartment. Maybe you can just go ahead and loan me that money. We have millions of dollars. We just talked about JTAC. Let's talk about all this stuff that just into our reservation because who we are. We are the richest in the United States. I know that because of the people that we meet. We should have no problem taking care of our people. We have thousands of acres that are farm and pasture and range units. How many of the range unit holders are bringing money back to the people? Give it back to them so they can have a warm place or a home, some food on the table. And we have a lot of people on the streets because there's no kind of economic development and no kind of carrier program that we need them to learn about their history, learn about what is expected of them, and be able to make it be productive. I see pretty their relatives that are speaking, a lot of them are relatives. And I don't like to see them like that. And I know that, a lot of you voted campaign on good things for people. Hopefully you can live up, think about what we can do for them. I just want to see if something could be done about that, their resolution here, and then maybe you get back to me, see what you can do. Oh, God. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, I'm coming and, we passed that, Chairman, or hold on one. Deal case by case on council.
Yes.
The motion there, I decided to bring that to you, treasurer. That's my motion, and I think that's.
Okay, we got a motion by Mr. Thompson to refer to administration. Allocate the money to these two individuals. Second by the who's money? Oh, no, referral, on favor again. And 11 yes, 0 no, 1 absent, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, there was one more individual that was here, Aberly. But I don't know where he went. He was here yesterday and then he was here earlier. Do you guys know him? Aberly? I think his last name is Aberly. He was here earlier.
Okay. I got his name down as well.
Mr. Chairman.
And then, Mr. Walter, Mr. Shepard, go ahead.
Also, may I ask Kay a question?
Yeah.
Ms. Clown? Kay? Hey, did your tacos ever get their checks? Okay, Mr. Chairman, and that's the other ones on the Norris Pacojas. And, I was told it was, referred to the attorneys so that we can make a change on the policy or whatever it was. And it was supposed to come back to tribal council. It did not happen. So somewheres with, I don't know what attorneys, maybe Tracy, I don't know who would have it, but that's where it went. Cause Mrs. Clown came in here too. And we put them through and nothing happened. Because it's with the attorneys to do a change in the policy. That's where it's at. Same with your daughters. But we never did hear back on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to Ivan. I know he's out there, like he says, doing a lot. I've been in a couple ceremonies up at Pesh with him. Always good. So thank you, Ivan.
Ms. Kessler, we'll look into that. We'll get back to you on this.
Thank you, and then also one more thing I want to add on here is that, not all people that call it beverage college. We have till April to pay their name. It can be a resolution, someone's doing like that. How would I be? Something that what we need to do. Change that, they, will call, who, you know. Working on it also. All right, thank you, thank you, Santo. Thank you, both of us.
Marco Tipila.
Recess for the rest of the day, council. In the morning time, 9:30.
Recess now?
Council, we'll close with a song by Mr. Priest. Watch over each and every one of us in this building, especially those that sit around these tables. That they may not take anything home with them, that they can go home and relax, be with their families and their loved ones. But they may continue to help each other. I know it's really hard to keep your emotions, but I ask you to create to watch over them and guide them. Watch over them and guide them.